I'd like to turn it over to Danielle Cross from the Statewide Benefits Office to do roll call of all SCBC members to document attendance.
Director Maxwell.
Present.
Secretary Gordon.
Present.
Lieutenant Governor Gay. Not present. Treasurer Davis.
Present.
Commissioner Navarro.
Present.
Deputy Secretary Schiefert. Deputy State Court Administrator Ashley Tucker. Not present. Jeff Kashner.
Present.
Paul Bombach. Joining by phone. If yes, yeah. Any more? Paul Bombach. Karen Peterson.
Present.
Bill Oberly.
Here.
Controller General Ruth Ann Miller.
Present.
I'd like to move to agenda item number 2, which is the approval of the September 2nd, 2025 SCBC meeting minutes.
Yeah, fair. But I think.
Sir, edits to this one, edits that we received from committee members, and we made those changes to reflect what some of the recommendations we got. There was really no recommendations that we did not expect for the most part.
Yeah, there were a few like terms that were not completely copied in there, but we worked with the committee members who had the request, and there seemed to be agreement amongst the members.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
I have a motion. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay, we're going to take a few minutes. We're having some technical difficulties on getting Paul to be able to communicate online.
He's already a presenter.
Yeah.
And he appears to be, so it's not on our end that
He needs
Paul is
to
anyone seeing.
see.
Yeah, Paul, if you want to try logging out and logging back in, we did already make you a presenter, so you should be able to unmute.
I can unmute now. Thank you.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the minutes?
Mr. Chair, I just want to thank the folks we worked with on getting the adjustments made. Thank you.
So all those in favor of the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Oh. That's not an opposed, is it, treasurer?
No, that was an aye, sorry.
Okay, sorry. Anyone like to abstain?
We weren't present.
Okay, Bill Overly and Pashner would like to abstain. All right. Meeting minutes have been approved. So next, approval of the September 29th SCBC meeting minutes. They were circulated. I don't believe there was really any corrections that were made to these. And I think these are the first time we're putting these forth.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Bomback?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, in the Lantern section on page 3, there's a statement that the Lantern savings analysis using 2023 claims data that had been presented in May 2024 hasn't been redistributed yet. I just wanted to know whether I missed an email. Has that presentation been shared with members?
It was by, it would have been by egress. So I don't know. I know you had a little bit of trouble with egress previously.
Can it be resent by egress and I'll try again, please?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
Entertain a motion to approve.
So
Motion
moved.
to approve. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Anyone like to abstain? Minutes approved. Next, we have approval of our executive session meeting minutes for a committee meeting hearing that happened on September 29th, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve. Can I have a second? Second. Got a second. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Anyone like to abstain? Minutes approved. Last but not least, as far as approval of minutes, we have the approval of the October 10th, 2025 SCBC meeting minutes.
So moved.
I have a motion. Can I have a second on the motion?
Second.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'd ask all those that would like to approve the minutes, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those that would like to say no? Anyone like to abstain? All right, Bill Overly will abstain from approval of the minutes on October 10th, but meetings minutes are approved. So we got through all of that. Now I'm going to turn it over to Director Hardis to give us the statewide benefits office director's report.
Thank you, Director Maxwell. Starting with RFP updates. So for the Vision RFP, the SBO received 5 proposals. And after thorough review of the proposals received, 3 finalists were selected to move forward in the procurement process. Those finalists are IMED, MetLife, and VSP Vision Care. The first proposal review committee meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, November 5th, where the PRC will begin discussions on the proposals and will conduct vendor interviews. For our next RFP, the Health Data Warehouse RFP, as you may recall, the SBO originally received 13 intent to bids for this procurement. However, following the submission deadline, the SBO only received 5 bid submissions from the following vendors: Artemis Health, which is also known as Nomi Health, Certalytics, Meritive, OnPoint Health Data, and UPMC Work Partners. The SBO and Willis Towers Watson are currently reviewing the proposal submissions against the minimum requirements that were approved by the SCBC to determine eligible finalists. The PRC meetings for this procurement will begin in December. And lastly, an update on the previous PBM RFP. As decided at the October 10th SCBC meeting, the initial PBM RFP, as approved earlier this year, has officially been canceled. Notification has been sent to all vendors, as well as a cancellation notice has been posted on the GSS procurement website. And as a note for committee members, in accordance with Title 29, Chapter 6981 of Delaware Code, which is the state's procurement law, the state has deleted the proposals received for this procurement as required by statute. As the SEBC will begin discussions on a new PBM procurement later today, I just want to note that the content of those previous proposals cannot be used in any discussions for this RFP, and again, have been completely deleted by the state.
Would you repeat that again so I completely understand what you just said?
Yes, so Title 29, Chapter 96,
We got
Section
that.
81, yes. Okay, so the state, as required by procurement law, if there is a cancellation of a procurement, we are required, as is any other state agency, to delete those proposals. We have to return them to the vendor and completely delete them from our systems. So we no longer have access to those proposals from that procurement as it has been canceled. And I just have one benefit update as well for the committee. So as you all may be aware, we offer multiple diabetes prevention programs to manage and reduce the prevalence of type 2 diabetes in our population. And these are offered at no cost to members. And effective January 1st of 2026, the current diabetes prevention program utilized by Highmark members for the non-Medicare plans called Livongo is going to be replaced by a new diabetes prevention program called Noom. This is a virtual DPP that utilizes a holistic approach to address nutrition, exercise, sleep, stress management, as well as provides personalized support through health coaches, daily engagements in a mobile app, and of course utilizes a CDC approved curriculum to ensure high quality care and reduction in the prevalence of type 2 diabetes. So for our Highmark non-Medicare members who are interested in participating in a diabetes prevention program, they can still currently enroll in the YMCA diabetes prevention program that we offer. And then effective January 1st, they can now also enroll in the new Noom program. Our current members who are utilizing Livongo will be able to do so through December 31st and then can transition to the new Noom benefit.
All right, we have two questions. Lieutenant Governor?
Thank you very much, Director Maxwell. And Stephanie, I just wanted to double check on the programs that are being offered. There's been some interest in the General Assembly from members on those programs. And so just a note for the future is whether or not we can maybe share some materials that you already have with some of our colleagues. And then also if we can understand what information is available to demonstrate success or added value or retention in those programs. And that's not a question for today, but just a note that I think it'd be helpful if you connected to some of our colleagues who have had those questions.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you.
Paul Baumback?
Yes, can you describe, is Livongo an app-based program? Is it just like a parallel change to the new one? Or is it a one that requires more tech savviness? And but I'll wait for that answer for proceeding.
Yes, so the Livongo Diabetes Prevention Program is also a virtual program. So it is transitioning from one virtual platform to a new virtual platform. And I do want to clarify that the term Diabetes Prevention Program is a very specific title that requires licensure by the CDC. So quite frankly, the content and the program itself will remain unchanged because again, those programs have to be approved by the CDC and must meet certain criteria in order to qualify as a diabetes prevention program. It's really just a change in vendor and in the actual interface who is administering the program, but the content itself will remain by and large the same.
Great, thank you so much.
If there's no other questions, that concludes my deputy report. Thank you.
Moving right along. Got a special treat today. We have the Deputy Director of the Office of Management and Budget to give us a statewide financial overview. Just to preface, DFAC met in October that provided a new revenue estimate for the first time since June that they took a look at our revenues. And so I thought it was important for this committee they get a little bit of the landscape as far as the state's overall financial review.
Thank you, Ryan.
Deputy Director.
So thank you all for allowing me to make this presentation. I have my wingman right there sharing the meeting in case I leave anything important out. He can chime in. Much of this, so we did this in February. And so some of it is exactly the same, but we wanted to make sure we're, keeping you apprised of what's going on as we, continue to talk to groups around the state as well as the budget process proceeds. So just revisiting, Governor Meyer's priorities remain the same: investing in the classroom, literacy, mental health, support for teachers, affordable housing, access to affordable housing for Delawareans who are working and need stable home ownership, and then healthcare for all. So access to healthcare and healthcare that is good and affordable. So just to next slide, just to revisit, sorry. So just in terms of the structure, underlying structure, the state's financial position, 2/3 of our revenue comes from a combination of personal income tax, corporate income is just over 1/3, and corporate income tax as well as corporations franchise tax revenue make up about another 1/3. So the remaining sources of revenue, not one of which is more than 10%. So we have a lot of reliance on those two main sources of revenue. And then when we look at our appropriations, again, the largest single area of appropriation is public education. And as you know, in Delaware, the teachers are all state employees, so sometimes we do look as a percentage a little different than other states. But that's both local schools as well as the Department of Education. And then the Department of Health and Social Services comes in second. And that includes Medicaid, which is, for all intents and purposes, $1 billion of our budget there in Health and Social Services. So just a recap of this is just the operating budget you see on this bar chart. And the importance of this chart is to show that we are trying to kind of get back to a stable level of growth at 5%. So that's our target. It's just an assumption at this point. Those two out years, FY27, which is the budget we're working on now, and FY28. But as you can see, for the year that we're in, we had a 7.37% operating budget growth, and that's coming off a budget growth of almost 10% in FY24. So this is a process, and we'll talk about door openers in a couple of slides just to help you kind of visualize what it's like to get some control over the growth in the operating budget. There's also been, in past years, not forever, but over the course of the last 6-8 years, a supplemental budget bill. So there are always one-times that get funded in the budget. You don't want to build into the base things that need to be funded one time. But because of the extraordinary revenues that were received by the state as a result of COVID, the CARES Act, ARPA money, et cetera, it was appropriate and proper to devote some of those funds to one-time expenditures, as well as what you saw in budget growth. In some cases, there was the ability to supplant regular general fund dollars, and then those would get carried forward into the subsequent year. If you don't spend all your money in year one, you can carry it forward and spend it in year two. So here you can see that the supplemental bill got to almost $400 million. It's working its way down. The current year is at under 40 million, 37 million. And you'll see in a couple of slides, as we're building the budget next year, at this time we're at 0. So sort of consistent general trend. And then similarly, cash to the bond bill. So assets in state government buildings, new courthouses, et cetera, have an expected lifespan over 20 years. We can bond those. But there are always projects in the bond bill, including minor capital improvement to those buildings, smaller projects, things that should be paid for with cash, not bonded. And so there's always some amount of cash devoted to the bond bill. But here you can see where when we had extraordinary revenues, that's the right place. You don't want to build your base operating budget if you can avoid it, but putting it into construction. We're starting to see some of those major construction projects tail off, get finished. And given the revenue picture, which we'll talk about in a minute, it's unlikely that we're going to see that big spike in cash to the bond bill here in the next couple of years. So this chart is a chart we showed you something very similar in February. And DFAC met recently, so this has been updated for two things. One, the DFAC revenue estimates, and also incorporating into this revenue estimate some changes that we're seeing at the federal level with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So essentially on this chart, I won't take you through all the detail, but the year that we're in is FY26. So this is our projected revenue, but it's our actual operating budget, grant and aid, and bond bill that was passed on June 30th. And so if you were to compare this to June DFAC, in June, the revenue estimate missed by a very small number, about $6 million. But as a result of our most recent DFAC meeting, we've come down in the net about $100 million. So the changes there would have been actually greater as a result of federal changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. I really need a better, shorter way to describe that. But we did have some revenue increases at the last DFAC meeting as well. So that ends up being the net. So if you follow it to its conclusion, and when you get down to there is a supplement bill, as I mentioned, this year at just over 37 million. The reason we have cash to capital in two lines is because as a practice, setting aside 1% of the prior year operating budget for the bond bill to fund those cash projects is prudent. In addition, there was another $307 million put into the bond bill in the current year. So when you compare that to our current revenue estimate, we would project by June 30th a deficit of $103 million at the 98% rule. So the state has constitutional guideline to only appropriate 98% of our projected revenues. So if nothing changed in that column, that means that we'll be using that 2% cushion. That 2% of our revenue estimate goes unappropriated. That's how we would have to absorb that $103 million deficit. Billy?
Annie, just for my edification, if the state were to decouple between the end of the fiscal year, would that impact that 103?
It will, and we'll talk about that in a slide. You're front of the class, like you're jumping ahead. Well, we will talk about it, yeah. So then following through that through to FY27, if nothing else changed, we would be carrying an unencumbered cash balance forward of $46 million. Keeping in mind, we can't end the year in a negative. So that's a pretty small number. So something has to change here that going forward. And then as we project into FY27, as I showed you earlier, our target budget growth of 5%, compare that to a negative budget growth in the current year going forward and a 2.1%, revenue growth following year. So our budget, even at 5%, which is going to take some work, is growing faster than our revenue. So that's what this picture is really identifying for us. And as you can see, that deficit would then carry forward to over $500 million if nothing else were to change. So that's what that sheet does for us, is allow us to kind of say if nothing changed, what would happen based on what we know. And so as we were building the budget and trying to keep to 5% growth, we're currently facing, as the agencies put forth their budget requests for next year, just the door openers. So just the things that we need to fund to keep business as usual are at 8%. So the process we're going through now is analyzing those, how to cover those costs, maybe drive down those door openers through policy decisions. So enrollment growth, Medicaid, pharmacy and medical contracting, Department of Corrections, collective bargaining contracts, the Public Education Compensation Commission is funding. So I'm not saying these aren't good things. These are just things that we know we have to fund. Step one, employee retiree group health insurance, purchase of care for childcare, and annualization of legislation. So these are just a sampling of the things that we will be addressing. But as of today, the total door openers are north of $500 million. So, Representative Overly, to your question about the one big beautiful bill, and then the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the expenditure impact. So on the revenue side,
I'm so
I
sorry.
love that. The little things in life feel like a treat. One treat is not the OBBBA.
My goodness.
So these next two slides, this is a revenue slide, the next one's an expenditure slide. So this is changes that happen at the federal level. These are on the revenue side is incorporated into DFAC, as I mentioned. So on the revenue side, we have a number of tax changes that will take impact in the current state fiscal year, as well as next year and the year after. And so without getting too much in the weeds, those are, in both cases, have retroactivity, which is why it's impacting us in the current year. And they are for companies that expense research and basically R&D, research and experimental expenditures, as well as a very typical depreciation of property that's now enhanced and able to have a look back period. And both of those components can also flow through, depending on your corporate structure, to a personal income tax change as well. So you can see those on the revenue sheet through DFAC if you were to look into the detail. And so because Delaware has rolling conformity, in other words, we take the federal AGI and it flows through to Delaware, one way to insulate ourselves from this revenue reduction would be to decouple. So the sooner it happens, the sooner it takes effect. There's also administrative time to address. So in other words, you can't just take a vote to decouple and then it happens. We have to have lead time to make sure that the taxpayers are informed and that the Department of Finance is prepared to process tax returns in that new format. So that's something that's being actively looked at and discussed. And so combined, that would reduce the cost significantly that we incorporated into DFAC, which in the current year was $222 million. On the expenditure side, both in SNAP and Medicaid have added provisions that will cost the state money to administer. So for SNAP, if you have an error rate somewhere between 5 and 15%, there are certain requirements that you have to adhere to. In our case, our current error rate of 11% means that our cost share is going to increase to 15%. So we have to address that by hiring a case reading team to evaluate eligibility. That has a cost associated with it, as well as the state's share of administrative cost changing. And you can kind of see this is all a work in progress as we evaluate this. On the Medicaid side, there are some requirements at the federal level that eligibility now will need to be determined twice a year. So in order to do that, we need more staff to help us make that determination twice a year instead of once. And so there's technology requirements there. In addition, there's new work requirements associated with Medicaid. So that all falls on the state Department of Health and Social Services to address those requirements. So, and I know I went through those two slides very quickly. I was trying not to get down in the details, but happy to discuss after the meeting if you have any questions. And just to wrap up, this is the budget process. We are currently in October, and so we're reviewing budget submissions from the agencies now. We will hold public hearings in November, and for those of you that are like to participate or have been around, we will be holding hearings in person. Brian and I are old school, so we like to be face to face. So those will be held during the month of November. The schedule has been published. There will be virtual participation as well. So members of the public can participate virtually, provide comment virtually to all the agency hearings. January 29th, I believe it is, the last Thursday in January that they're in session, the governor will be releasing his budget. Joint Finance Committee will go in February to have their hearings, bond bill hearings in April, JFC markup where the final bill drafting will occur. I'm looking at Bill, he just misses this so much, don't you? This process. That'll occur in May and then hopefully get our money bills all passed by June 30th and start all over again in September with target briefings. Were there any questions?
See one online, Paul Baumback.
Bill has his hand up.
Thank you. Two questions. You had a graph of the operating budget on slide 5. Is that inclusive or exclusive of the one-time supplemental?
Exclusive.
Sorry,
It's
which one?
operating.
X?
It's operating
Is it-
budget only, that does not
Right.
include supplemental.
Perfect. Okay, and the second question is there an estimate of the staff increases if the General Assembly decouples from the federal system for saving on some of those increases that that wonderful bill brings forward?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't quite hear the
Yeah,
beginning of it.
if we were to decouple from the federal tax law, that requires a lot of programming and a lot of extra work for the Department of Finance. Is there an estimate of the staff increases for that?
So in consultation with the department, they don't see if we decouple that there would be additional resources required. It's more about just notification to the filers that would be affected. But there hasn't, in my conversations with the Secretary of Finance, been any additional cost that would be needed for decoupling.
Wouldn't a business have to report something different than, say, their schedule, E, if they're, on how much they're depreciating? I mean, it's going to be a state forms required that wouldn't be if we were coupled. But maybe I'm not understanding the extent of the implications of the decoupling.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can only report, I'm not gonna ask him for additional cost. I obviously asked him, and I know he's been talking to the legislature as far as what that would entail. So, but he's not disclosed to me that there will be any additional budgetary costs associated with that.
Thank you.
Karen, I think Bill Oberly got you. Karen, I'll get to you next.
I'm good.
Okay, Karen Peterson.
Yeah, I know things are hard, thanks to that big ugly bill. But are there any proposals at all to increase employee salaries or pension benefits? Is any of that being considered in these numbers?
Not in these numbers.
Okay.
Other than in the door openers, we have factored in collective bargaining agreements that are already signed, as well as negotiations that are upcoming for next year. But a PRI or pay increase is not included in the door openers at this time. It's a work in progress.
Okay, and aren't there certain groups of employees who do get, other than outside the collective bargaining agreements, do get automatic pay raises, like teachers and deputy AGs and such?
If they have like steps, like longevity steps, that would
Yes.
all be part of the personnel cost increase. Yeah, so it's, in other words, anything that would be considered a door opener, like a have to do, but any kind of general pay increase beyond that hasn't been addressed yet.
Okay, all right, thanks, Ann.
Any other questions from committee members in the room? No? All right, thank you, Deputy
you.
Director Pasali.
Thank you.
Right, moving on to agenda item number 8, life insurance benefit. Request for proposals recommendation. Turn it over to Michelle.
Good afternoon, everyone. Michelle Gast from WCW. I also have Mark Chioka and Tyler Vanagast on the WCW team who are on virtual, who are our life
insurance SMEs in case there are any questions specific to this topic. Today's presentation, I'm going to focus on the context, so what has taken place until today for this specific procurement. Some background and process overview for the life insurance request for proposal. The high-level RFP objectives that were included in this RFP, the RFP timeline and where we are today, and then we'll move into reviewing the PRC recommendation that is being put forth in front of the SCBC today to vote on. So jumping into the context for today's discussion. So the state of Delaware has requested that WTW assist in an RFP to evaluate vendors for their life insurance benefits. The SCPC conducts a procurement every 3 to 5 years, and the contract for life insurance was last marketed in 2014. Some background just to explain the time frame here is that last year the SCBC negotiated a 1-year extension from the July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026 of the current contract. And this was to allow sufficient time for the SCBC to discuss how they would like to procure, implement, and communicate a life insurance benefit offering that could be different than the current offering. So to provide some context there, currently there is a group universal life benefit for employees, and they wanted to explore options for term life and have enough time to do that. In 2019, as a result of the state working with WTW to evaluate Securion's renewal at that time, they went forward with a 5-year group universal life contract with Securion instead of conducting a procurement. And the last group universal life RFP occurred in 2014, which was effective for July 1st, 2015. The PRC, which consists of the SCBC and or their designees, was established for this RFP, and they have met several times over the past 4 months. During that time, they were discussing the vendor proposals. They interviewed the vendors. There was a slight pause for some discussions that were taking place with the SCBC. They then met to score the proposals and discuss the evaluation criteria, and then formulate the recommendation that we will be putting in front of the SCBC today. In preparation for today's discussion, this presentation as well as the recommendation were provided to the SCBC to review to give that background jumping in. So I won't go through every line of the recommendation, for example, but I will talk through the key points with the SCBC today. This slide provides background specifically on the life insurance benefit in place today as we go into the RFP details as well. So currently, the state of Delaware offers a life insurance benefit through Securion. This has been in place since 2003. They provide a group universal life benefit, which is a type of permanent life insurance, and accidental death and dismemberment benefit with the option for tax-deferred cash accumulation. Group universal life is available to benefit eligible active state of Delaware and Delaware Solid Waste Authority employees. They also employees that are enrolled into the life insurance benefit they also have the option to purchase group term life insurance for eligible spouses and children. This is a 100% employee pay all plan. Ported coverage is available for terminated and retirees. And then the RFP explored several considerations related to feedback opportunities for improvement from this SBO as well as employees. They were surveyed earlier this year in the March timeframe to gather feedback to allow us to have that information to put in front of the PRC as they were evaluating vendors, as well as for the PRC to have that information as they made a recommendation. The next slide provides details on the scope of services for this life insurance RFP, which has been in front of the SCBC previously because we discussed these 4 options and voted on approving that these were what was covered in the RFP specifically. But just to refresh everyone's memory on exactly what was included in the RFP, there were 4 options. So option 1 is the group universal life insurance product that would be available for employees. The group term life for spouses and children, and this matches the current plan that is in place for the state of Delaware today. Option 2, it would mirror or be exactly the same as the group universal life benefit that is in place today, with the addition of some enhancements. Those enhancements were related to the employee and spouse life coverage maximums and the optional accidental and death and dismemberment enhancements. So those details of exactly what was considered an enhancement were provided in the appendix, and they've also been reviewed with the SCBC in prior discussions. Option 3 takes the same approach from option 1, which is group universal life, but switches the product to group term life. And then everything else is mirrored to match option 1. The main difference there is that cash value account that cannot take place with a term life benefit in comparison to group universal life. And then option 4 is intended to look similar to option 2, meaning it is the group, but sorry, it's supposed to be mirroring option 2, but switching the product from group universal life to group term life, and then having the same options and enhancements in place for that employee and spouse life coverage maximums and optional AD&D enhancements. And then again, at the bottom here, I just wanted to highlight for the SCBC that both current and potential plan participants were surveyed to hear their feedback on what they're looking for in a life insurance benefit. And that information was included in the appendix here, and it was also included for the PRC throughout this process to make sure it was considered during their review of the proposals, their interviews with the finalists, as well as their recommendation to the SCBC. This next slide just goes over the high-level RFP objectives that were reviewed and approved in the prior discussions with the SCBC. So that last meeting would have been held in March of this year, where the SCBC reviewed the RFP with WTW and the SBO and approved that RFP. So these are a review for the group. I just wanted to have them in front of the team today. This next slide is our standard RFP timeline, and just going to provide you the phases here as we go into the recommendation. So the RFP was released on April 8th of 2025. On April 22nd, the intent to submit proposal deadline was due. On May 16th of 2025, the vendor proposals were due. Finalists were notified on June 10th, 2025. And this involved WTW and the SBO working together to review all vendors have met the minimum requirements for this RFP that were signed off on and approved by the SCBC. The next meeting is our July 9th meeting, which was the first PRC meeting or finalist interviews, sorry. So that discussion is where WTW provides the PRC the background information on the life insurance benefits, both group universal life and term life, as well as talks through the bids and summarizes the financial offerings from both, as well as the performance guarantees and any qualitative questions and answers that were reviewed with the vendors, and summarizes those bids for the PRC to see. That prepares them as they go into the finalist interviews on any items that WTW recommends they'd like to ask questions on, or the PRC determines that they'd like to ask questions on during that discussion. There was a little break in the RFP, and then the second PRC meeting took place on October 1st. That's where WTW will highlight any changes that took place to the presentation, focusing on the best and final offers that were requested after the finalist interviews and received. And then also any follow-up questions that impacted the materials, and allow the PRC to just ask any additional questions they have so that they feel comfortable going into the scoring. WTW then works with the PRC to review the scorecard for that specific group universal life and term life products, and allows the PRC to ask questions on the scoring. And we leave that session with them knowing they need to turn in their scorecards in preparation for the next meeting, which is then on October 15th, where WTW would have received the scorecards in advance from the PRC, who sends them to the SBO. We calculate the totals and we review those in front of the PRC and allow them to discuss what has been submitted, ask any questions, and then move forward with making a recommendation for the SCBC today. Today, we are here for the presentation of to the SCBC and the SCBC vote. Following this discussion, there will be contract negotiations and implementation and a target effective date of July 1st, 2026. At the bottom here, you will also see summarized for you who the SBO and Willis Towers Watson invited to this RFP. So the Hartford, MetLife, New York Life, Prudential, and Securian were all sent an invitation, but this RFP is also publicly available on the GSS website as well. So additional vendors can choose to submit a bid for this RFP. Intent to submit proposals were submitted from all 5 of the vendors. Proposals were received from MetLife, Securian, and Prudential, but after further review, Prudential did not meet the minimum requirements, so they were not moving forward as a finalist. And during the discussions and presentations, we talked through MetLife and Securian's bids in detail with the PRC. So that provides background on the timeline and what took place until today. I will then go into the recommendation as well. Are there any questions before I move to the next slide, which will be discussing the recommendation? So a lot of this recommendation is going over what I already covered during the presentation. So I'm going to focus on the areas that are unique to the recommendation and then focus on the word for word recommendation itself. But
Is this any different than what was forwarded to us?
No.
Under egress?
No, this is exactly the same. So that's why I'm not going to go through line by line, especially the background information, because a lot of that aligns with what I just discussed with you, or it has additional detail, right? So all of you have been provided this information. I think the key areas I'd like to focus on, because the timeline was already covered, is focusing on the differences. Sorry, not right there. The savings specifically and the scoring. So from a scoring standpoint, Securian was scored higher than MetLife when it came to Group Universal Life. And then for Term Life, MetLife was slightly higher. It was a few decimal places that was specifically there. We call out throughout this recommendation as well the details of which categories they scored differently in. Because the scoring was so close, it just kind of went back and forth in the various categories. But as we scroll down to the savings specifically for Group Universal Life, the estimated annual cost differences from the current contract for the state of Delaware, as analyzed by WTW, was that Securian would decrease for option 1, 2.7 million, and MetLife would decrease 2.2 million. For option 2, Securian would decrease for 2.4 million and MetLife for 2.2 million. For Term Life specifically, the estimated annual cost difference for the current versus the updated with these bids was that option 3 would have Securian decreasing by 2.7, MetLife by 2.3 million, and then option 4, Securian decrease of 2.4 million and MetLife by 2.2 million. Paul Wambach, you have a question?
Yes. Is these cost differences, this is the state's cost for them to administer the program annually, is that correct?
No, this is the cost that the employee, this is an employee play all program. So this is the cost decrease for employees.
So, I'm, how can you measure the cost decrease for a term for an employee when that's not offered currently? Current employees are the offering of the Group Universal Life, correct?
Correct. It sounds like Mark was about to speak up, so I will let him speak to that in further detail.
Yep, no problem. So the decreases you see for options 1 through 4, so the first 2 being universal, 3 and 4 being term, that's the cost for the proposals compared to the current cost. So even though term's not in place today, we would look at the current cost of the universal program versus the quotes from Securian and Met if the state were to transition to a term offering instead.
So can you help me understand, generally, term provides only term coverage and Group Universal Life combines a term coverage and a savings element. Almost by definition, for the same benefit listed levels, Universal Life should cost more than term. Number one, would you agree with that general characterization?
Mhm.
And if so, can you explain the lack of difference here?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And to be perfectly honest with you, we expected the term rates to be more competitive because of that. That, term doesn't have a cash value, it doesn't have the additional benefits that Universal has. So it's good that you're seeing decreases across the board. Obviously, there are good options in front of you. Going into the marketing, we really anticipated that the term rates would be more favorable and more aggressive. But as you can see, they're very close to Universal. What I will say is that the Group Universal Life marketplace is pretty small. We had a couple of bidders decline to quote from the get-go. Most vendors will offer term only, but that's just more of a reason we were expecting term to be more aggressive. So while it's surprising, I do think the fact that Universal and term are so close works in favor for the state, because Universal is, while it's not overly prevalent in the group space, it is a bit of a stronger life offering overall.
And this is apples, such that it's the same dollar amount coverage per employee for both option 1 and 3, for instance, and the same is for options 2 and 4. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is
Exactly
basically to have an apples to apples comparison to show if those who are all enrolled today were to be enrolled in the other program, what that pricing differential would look like. So you can see like how the rates differentiate between the different options.
Okay. Yeah, I share your surprise at the lack of savings for options 3 and 4. Certainly not what one would have expected. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely. It is surprising. At the same time, we're seeing 2 million and change in savings for Universal. So that was a very positive outcome from the bidding process.
Thanks, Tyler and Mark. The best and final offer, so kind of going off of what Paul Bombach just raised, we were expecting term life rates to be cheaper than Group Universal Life, and they were not. And then also when requesting the best and final offer, those did not budge. So this next bullet here is flagging that in the recommendation that the best and final offer did not result in a financial benefit to move from Group Universal Life to a term life product, as there was a greater savings in continuing with the Group Universal Life product. Moving from the current Group Universal Life product to a term life product would provide member disruption, including those members with a cash value account, as that is not available under a term life product. Securion's Group Universal Life best and final offer results in a rate decrease for active and ported members. And the survey results showed an interest in increasing the maximum coverage amount and enhancing the plan design for spouse and child coverage. Paul?
From you, Paul.
Sorry and thank you. For the point of the disruption to the members, it's the same disruption as someone leaves service or terminates. It's just ported to them into an individual universal life policy. The cash value is maintained. So I'm going to say one can read that there is quite a burden when the system is designed to not have that much of a burden. Am I incorrect in that?
The member disruption, when we were discussing this with the PRC, was focusing around a change in vendor and product would involve more of an implementation from like the SBO side working with the vendors as well. So that could cause member disruption just as it would for any other benefit.
And it's mostly if you're going to go from universal to term life, what do you do with the existing accumulated cash value for those who have that in place? And as I recall, there weren't a lot of members who had a large cash value for their plans. But if you were to move to a term benefit with either vendor, you would need to figure out what to do with that cash value. However, you're absolutely correct. In any termination situation, someone's leaving employment with the state, they do have the portability option. So keeping a similar benefit for term, keeping the same benefit for universal. So if they were to leave employment, they do have options available with either offering to migrate their coverage to individual.
Thank you.
So that covers the background on the recommendation. I'm happy to, it sounds like those that had questions raised them, so I'm gonna just jump right into the PRC recommendation, which I'm gonna read specifically word for word. So this states resolved that with respect to the request for proposal for life insurance program, the proposal review committee recommends to the State Employee Benefits Committee as follows. That Securian provides the best value for the state of Delaware to continue to offer a life insurance program under a group universal life plan that enhances the current plan design. So option 2, that the SBO begin the negotiation of a contract with Securian for the life insurance program for an initial 3-year term effective July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029 with 2 optional 1-year extensions. The following should be included in the contract negotiations. The SBO should engage in discussion with Securian to enhance communications sent to members at the time of termination or retirement regarding their portability and or continuation options. So at this point, this is being put forward to the SEBC today to vote on whether you approve this recommendation from the
I just
PRC.
have a question. Oh,
Sure.
Go ahead, Bill.
No, I yield to the co-chair.
I'm, some of us sort of predicted this outcome, that we wouldn't necessarily move off of a group universal, and just looking at the term itself, does it make sense for us to go through this again? It seems like a short term, and I don't know what the benefit might be to go back through it. So this is more of a question to all of us. Like, does it make sense for us to have only 2 1-year extension options? Does it make sense to, and maybe I'm reading that wrong, but I'm just saying, like, does it make sense to do this all again in just a few years?
So this is for a 3-year contract and 2 1-year extensions.
5 years.
So 5 years in total, which is a normal, I would say, procurement process for the state. So that isn't shorter than
So
a normal.
most of the contracts that my office is engaged in are 7 years. Some are 9. And again, I think for this one in particular, the outcome has been such that we went through this entire process. We had your engagement, which was helpful. But my question is, does it make sense for the cost benefit, right, to do 5 years? And I'm not necessarily asking you, I'm really asking like us.
Yeah.
Does it make sense to us to do this again? Because we're making this recommendation, right, the SEBC.
The recommendation's coming from the PRC, but I'll just ask for a point of clarification from staff. The RFP kind of said this is the term that we were
Yeah.
advertising, so
Got it.
I don't think
Yeah.
we can change the rules of the game at this point in time.
Got it.
But for future consideration, the next time we go out for an RFP, we could consider the term at that point in time, but I don't think we could make that a change to our recommendation today, just
Got it.
because of the proposal where we are.
Okay.
Bill Oberly?
I had more of a process question, and this goes back years, my thoughts on this. We're gonna vote on a recommendation from the PRC. And then it goes back to SBO, and they negotiate the final contract. I've always thought we missed that in the SEBC process, that once that contract is negotiated, it ought to come back to the SEBC for final approval.
Thank you, Mr. Early. Director Hardis, so I will say as part of the contract execution process, the SEBC has historically delegated the DHR secretary to review and approve all contracts on behalf of the SEBC, which Secretary Gordon does currently do to execute and review all contracts on behalf of the SEBC before they are executed.
No slight to Secretary Gordon or any of her predecessors. It's just a process question that has always troubled me in terms of we accept the PRC recommendation, then it goes and it gets negotiated into a final contract form. And unless you go online and look at what that final contract looks like as an SCDC member, we have no idea. What really brought it to the fore, I think, was the Medicare Advantage debacle, where the SCDC signed off on the recommendation, and then it got renegotiated, and they never got a final look at the final product, which could have avoided a lot of headaches in the long run.
One suggestion on that, because one thing that, again, you know, from my perspective, one of the things that we do with certain contracts is we'll negotiate them internally, but we'll bring it back to our boards and provide an update to say, okay, this is where we landed. I think, I'm wondering if that might be helpful partially. The only reason I say that like an update is because certain things are operational, especially for us, and I would say for Secretary Gordon as well. There are certain things that, you know, we are trying to do the best we can as fiduciaries to state employees. But there are certain things that she knows, you know, as a subject matter expert. So I don't know if that would sort of
I mean,
scratch the
it
itch.
would be a step in the right direction. I'm just saying that, you know, ultimately the SCBC in my mind is the final arbiter. And we ought to be given the opportunity to be the final arbiter. We're just one step in the process at this point.
So just for a point of clarification as well, the contract uses the GSS template. So the terms of the contract are reflective of what is required through GSS. And it also includes all requirements of the RFP, which, to your point, for previous contracts right before 1/1/25, the SCBC did not approve RFPs before they were posted. However, now they do, which is great. So the contract itself really should just be a culmination of the GSS template, the requirements of the RFP, which was already approved by the SCBC, as well as then the contents of the proposals, which the PRC should be informing their SCBC member of those contents. There's really no changes after the fact, no significant changes, I would say, to any of the terms of the agreement outside of that RFP and outside of the proposals received. So I'm not sure there's a specific instance that I, you know, may not be aware of, and if there were any specific changes or significant changes to a contract, that could be mentioned, but yeah.
I can help on that. So Billy alluded to the Medicare Advantage, and here's what happened. When it was presented to us for our vote in February of that year, we were told that the Medicare Advantage plan was the same as the Medigap plan. When the contract was signed and brought back to us, there were two significant.
Well, it wasn't brought back to you.
Well, when it was signed and then shared back with us. So that's why I said signed and brought back. There were two significant issues that came up that, as a member at that time, I was like, that is so different. Why didn't you come back to us? One was the issue of prior authorizations, and the other was the issue of the network, the coverage network. You remember that, Trini? And it was like, why? I couldn't understand. Why did they not come back to us when they were negotiating based on the recommendation and the representation the same, and it was different? And then what happened when we got into the RHBAS, the same became as similar as possible, which are two distinctly different things. So that's the situation I want to avoid in the future, which is where we here today vote on a recommendation that's conceptual, but then in the negotiation process, there's what I would consider to be a significant or substantive change, and it's never brought back to us. So that in essence, the contract that's executed is much different than the authorization we gave.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be proactive.
Yeah, I completely understand that
Yeah.
request, and absolutely, if there were any substantive changes after the fact, those would be brought back before the SCBC before execution.
That's the history. So I mean, that's the most recent history that I think has triggered this issue and this concern.
Karen Peterson.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have a technical question. The agendas, whenever we're going to vote on something, the agenda usually has an asterisk after the item on the agenda. And this does not. Does that in any way jeopardize our vote today? Could it be challenged because we didn't give that notice?
Yes, thank you. This is Director Hardis. So that was actually a recommendation that came from the DOJ, was to stop the practice of adding asterisks for voting items as it limited the authority of the SCDC on what they could discuss and vote on during SCDC meetings. And that it is not required to specifically notate exact items being voted on in the agenda. Because again, if we do that, then it, on the opposite side, if there is no asterisk that it's a voting item and it could be voted on that day, it limits the SCDC's authority to not be able to vote on those items.
Was that advice in writing? If so, could we get a copy of that?
To not recall, we do have our Deputy Attorney General, Michelle Whalen, on the line. If there's a specific request for that, it was just I believe, a pass-by comment that the practice of how agendas were previously distributed is not required and limited the authority of the SCDC. If the request is to add that again, that can absolutely be discussed, and I would have no issue with doing that. But again, it's not required statutorily.
Historically, it's been the case though, so I'm a little bit concerned about, changing that procedure without any advance notice, but it is what it is. Thank you.
Anybody have any other questions? I mean, I kind of, to your point, I think, as chair, I would feel that if there was a material difference in what I think the SCDC kind of voted on and where the contract ended up, I, in my good conscience, prudent person, would feel like I would have to bring it back to the committee before we'd execute. So this will be documented in the minutes, so you can hold me to it. So that's, to me, that's prudent person role, and that's how I would address that. Thank you. Karen Peterson, your hand up again. Maybe not. She doesn't. Or Paul.
Yeah, thank you. Director, I appreciate your comments just then, and I'd like to add my voice to Senator Peterson's request that we get that opinion from the DOJ in writing and shared with members, please. Thank you.
For a point of clarification, I want to be careful how we use the word opinion. It was not a written opinion in that sense from the DOJ to stop a practice. Again, it was just a comment that the current practice was not required. I believe after discussion with the chair and vice chair, it was agreed that, again, we would remove that indication of a voting item to allow the SCDC its full authority to vote on any agenda item if they see fit. And again, if the recommendation and the will of the committee is to then add those indications, we're happy to do so. But I just want to put a point of clarification for the DOJ. This was not, any substantive conversation or opinion. It was just, again, a pass-by comment about how agendas and public notices are posted and what the requirements are for that. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
If I may.
Paul Bomack.
Yes, thank you. I would suggest and promote that if we are changing our actions, such as is being discussed and perhaps acted upon, that it would be a good procedure to have any such rationale for that, in this case, including guidance, be in writing. And again, I would request that to be shared with committee members. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion if we don't have any other comments.
Sure. I'll entertain it. Could you elaborate before I entertain it?
I'd like to make a motion to pursue the contract as has been deemed by the PRC for Group Universal.
Okay, which was option number 2.
Number 2.
That was read before us. So I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion at this time?
Just reread option 2.
Can you reread option 2, please?
Option 2 is an alternate life insurance plan design, which is maintaining the employee's group universal life product with enhancements. So it's a group universal life plan, employee paid, up to 6 times the annual coverage to a maximum of 500,000. It is currently 350,000. So that's the enhancement in that space. The AD&D to match Group Universal Life, there will be an addition of an optional buy-up for dependents. Spouse Term Life now has options from $10,000 to $100,000. The current is $10,000 or $20,000. And then the remaining are the same, which is the Child Term Life, $10,000 or $20,000, portability, and the cash value loans. Yeah.
Any discussion on the motion? I'd like to call for roll call, please.
Director Maxwell,
Yes.
Secretary Gordon,
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Gay,
Yes.
Treasurer Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Navarro,
Yes.
Deputy Secretary Schieffer,
Yes.
Deputy State Court Administrator Ashley Tucker,
Yes.
Jeff Tashner,
Yes.
Paul Bombach,
Yes.
Karen Peterson,
Yes.
Bill Oberly.
I'm not voting.
All right, thank you all. Motion carried. Bringing us to agenda item number 9, disability insurance program rules and regulations. And do we have a guest presenting?
Yes, that is State HR Administrator Aaron Schrader will be presenting on this item.
Aaron, floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Director, and thank you, SBC, for the opportunity to be part of today's meeting. So I'm Aaron Schrader, State Human Resources Administrator with the Department of Human Resources Statewide Benefits Office. So today I'll be talking about the proposed revisions to the Disability Insurance Program rules and regulations. But before I get into the slides, I just wanted to take a moment and provide a brief overview of what the Disability Insurance Program is and the purpose of these rules and regulations. The Delaware Code contains laws pertaining to the Disability Insurance Program and provides the State Employee Benefits Committee with the authority to manage the Disability Insurance Program. So the SEBC solicits proposals from qualified vendors and selects a vendor to administer the Disability Insurance Program. The Statewide Benefits Office oversees the administration of the Disability Insurance Program, and our current administrator vendor that is for the Disability Insurance Program is the Hartford. There are 3 components to the Disability Insurance Program, the first one being short-term disability or STD. Short-term disability pays enrolled individuals up to 75% of their pre-disability pay if they become disabled due to a covered injury or accident. If an employee's STD claim is approved by the Hartford, benefits begin on the 31st calendar day of disability and can continue up to 182 calendar days. The second component of the Disability Insurance Program is long-term disability or LTD. And LTD pays enrolled individuals up to 60% of their pre-disability base pay as of the day before the onset of the disability. If the individual's LTD claim is approved by the Hartford, benefits begin on the 183rd calendar day of disability. There is a maximum period for which LTD benefits are paid, and it is based on the individual's age at the onset of the disability. And then the third component of the Disability Insurance Program is Return to Work. And this program provides access to the Statewide Benefits Office Return to Work Coordinator for assistance with returning to work and staying at work. Return to work assistance is available to employees and former employees who are currently on an approved short-term disability or long-term disability claim, or were previously on an approved short-term or long-term disability claim within the past 36 months. There's also stay-at-work assistance that is available through the Return to Work program. Employees are eligible for the Disability Insurance Program if they are employed in a position that is covered by the Delaware State Employees Pension Plan. And this includes employees who work for a state agency, school district, charter school, the University of Delaware, Delaware State University, Delaware Technical Community College, and Delaware Solid Waste Authority. Eligible employees hired on or after January 1st, 2006 are automatically enrolled into the Disability Insurance Program. And for these individuals, enrollment in the Disability Insurance Program cannot be changed and coverage is available after the employee has been actively at work for 1 full day. The purpose of the Disability Insurance Program rules and regulations is to provide state employees and our DIP return to work representatives, which are the Disability Insurance Program return to work representatives, representing human resource benefits and payroll representatives within the organizations for the state of Delaware who have disability insurance and return to work paying and administrative responsibilities, providing those individuals with access to policies currently in force and in practice with respect to the program, and the rules and regulations encompass and combine processes that have been developed since the inception of the program back in 2006. And the SCBC is responsible for managing the disability insurance program rules and regulations. Next slide, please. So as a little background on the process for the proposed revisions to the disability insurance program rules and regulations, the Statewide Benefits Office solicited feedback on the proposed revisions from several key stakeholders, including the Division of Talent Management within the Department of Human Resources. We also conducted a random sampling of outreach to HR benefits and payroll representatives from state agencies, school districts, charter schools, Delaware Solid Waste Authority, and the University of Delaware. We also ran and consulted with the Hartford regarding the proposed revisions to get their input and feedback. And we also had legal review by the Deputy Attorney General for the Department of Human Resources. Next slide, please. On the next couple of slides, I will provide highlights of the proposed revisions to the disability insurance program rules and regulations. So in section 2.0, the definition section, we added actively at work for clarification. This term, actively at work, is already used multiple times in the disability insurance program rules and regulations, as well as other disability insurance program documents. And the definition that we aligned on for actively at work is aligned with the definition in the short-term disability plan booklet. Also, under section 2.0 definitions, we revised the parental leave definition to better streamline the content, and we added additional reference to Delaware Code. Next slide. There are a few spots where we updated the use of you and changed it to the employee or an employee for clarification and consistency purposes throughout the disability insurance program rules and regulations. In section 8.0, STD benefit payment, we revised rule 8.12 and added subsections 8.12.1 and 8.12.2. And this was done to provide explanation of what constitutes full-time and part-time as it relates to recurrent disability. And the proposed revisions align with Hartford's definition of disability in the long-term disability plan. In section 15.0,
Aaron, can you pause 1 second? We have
Sure.
a question from committee member Bill Overly.
Yeah, as it relates to full-time, part-time, can you explain to me what that new language is?
Yeah, so the language, the full-time and part-time language that was included, that is in our current disability insurance program rules and regulations. What we did primarily in here is added clarification around the what constitutes full-time and what constitutes part-time as the percentage. So we added the percentage and we aligned on the 80%. So you'll see here.
That's all good. I got it. Thank you.
You got it. Okay.
Okay.
So, thanks, Bill. All right, and then on the LTD section 15.0, we revised 15.4 to align with language in the Hartford's LTD plan booklet. Nothing was changed in that section. We just added additional information for clarification. So as far as next steps, at today's meeting, the SCBC is being asked to approve the revisions to the Disability Insurance Program rules and regulations as reflected in the Register of Regulations regulatory markup document that you were provided. I do want to call out, as you looked at that document, you might have noticed that there were spacing or indents, formatting that may have looked off in the markup document. Those will be corrected, correctly displayed in the final version after being uploaded into the Register of Regulations online system. If the SCBC does need additional time, a vote can be taken no later than November 25th, 2025 at that SCBC meeting. The December 15th is the final due date to submit to the Register of Regulations for review and publication, with the effective date of the Disability Insurance Program rules and regulations changes being effective January 1st, 2026. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time. I'll open up if there's any additional questions at all or comments.
Questions from committee members? Hang on, do we have to vote on these changes?
Yes, so the committee can vote on these changes today. If there are additional questions or comments or follow-ups, we can take that and a vote can take place at the November 25th meeting. But again, to Aaron's point, to ensure that we're in compliance with the Registrar of Regulations timeline, the November 25th meeting is the absolute latest. But again, if there's consensus today, that can be approved today.
Jeff Tasher.
That's a big motion that we approve the revisions as presented.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I ask for a roll call, please.
Director Maxwell,
Yes.
Secretary Gordon,
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Gay,
Yes.
Treasurer Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Navarro,
Yes.
Deputy Secretary Shepherd,
Yes.
Deputy State Court Administrator Ashley Tucker,
Yes.
Jeff Pasner,
Yes.
Paul Bombach,
Yes.
Karen Peterson,
Yes.
Bill Oberlin.
Yes. Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. All right, last, no, not last. Agenda item number 10, as you may recall, we kind of talked about the framework and strategic framework. And I think one of the members asked, so what were the results? And so today I'm going to turn it over to Kristen Short to kind of address some of the results as to what we've seen with the strategic framework.
Thank you, Director Maxwell. As we said, my name is Kristen Short. I'm SCBC Manager for the State Benefits Office. Today, I'm going to present you a summary of the FY 2024 and FY 2025 Strategic Framework results. You should have received a supplemental report along with the meeting materials. The report includes actions that the SBO completed towards achieving the goals set forth by the SCBC, other SBO initiatives, dashboards, and data for each goal and the results. I'm not going to go through the full report with you today, but I will provide you with a high-level overview of each of the goals and the results. And if you have any questions about the report, feel free to reach out to me at any time and I can work to provide you with an answer. As Hope Mannion from WTW presented to you in the September 29th meeting, the SCBC established 4 goals for the FY 2023 to FY 2025 strategic framework. The slides on the screen show each goal on the left column and the results on the right column. The first goal of the strategic framework sets targets for increasing the group health insurance plan spend through advanced alternative payment models. Alternative payment models, or APMs, are payment systems designed to provide incentives for high quality and cost-efficient care. APMs aim to reward healthcare providers for delivering coordinated care and improving patient outcomes. There are 4 categories that classify payments under this APM framework. However, this SCBC strategic framework goal is focused on Category 3 and Category 4 payment models. The goal for Category 3 was to increase the GHIP spend through APMs built on fee-for-service architecture by 50% by the end of FY 2025, using FY 2023 medical spend as a baseline. This category of payment models is based on a fee-for-service architecture while evaluating providers against financial benchmarks and occasionally utilization targets if quality targets are met. Category 3 APMs hold providers financially accountable for performance on available measures of appropriate care, which is delivered when patients receive the right care at the right time, in the right place, and at the right intensity. The goal for Category 4 was to increase the GHIP spend through population-based payments by 5% by the end of FY 2025, using FY 2023 medical spend as a baseline. This category involves prospective population-based payments with less strict reimbursement requirements that creates a stronger incentive for providers to maximize quality within a budget than fee-for-service. These payments can be used to cover a wide range of services in addition to standard medical procedures, typically paid through claims, allowing providers to invest in innovative delivery systems. Now moving over to the results column for FY 2024, $367 million, representing 32% of total medical spend, was in Category 3, and $13 million, representing 1% of total medical spend, was in Category 4 payment models. Although the goal was not met, significant progress was made toward the Category 3 goal, up from 26% in FY 2023. For FY 2025, the data is not yet available. That will be available in calendar year 2026. And additional years of data will be necessary to determine overall progress towards the goal. Both current medical third-party administrators have committed to and are actively expanding their pay for value contracts with providers. Moving to Goal 2. Goal 2 strives to increase the GHIP members' utilizing a consumerism and engagement tool by at least 5% annually. The Benefits Mentor online decision tool is available to state employees, Delaware Transit Corporation employees, and state non-Medicare eligible pensioners as part of an annual open enrollment and throughout the year. The tool allows members to estimate and compare the cost of their health plan options and matches their health needs with the plan that will provide the needed care at the lowest cost to the individual. The results were 23.7% for FY 2024 and 20.7% for FY 2025, meaning the goal was not met. While utilization overall has dipped, the extent of change may not be reflective of individual groups, as state agencies and higher education institutions have had greater utilization than school districts, Delaware Transit Corporation, and early retirees. So for example, excluding DTC and early retirees, the rate for FY 2024 was 27.7%, and for FY 2025, it was 26.1%. The third goal of the strategic framework was to reduce the per member per month cost trend for the GHIP and for plan participants for 3 conditions by the end of FY 2025. Using FY 2023 spend as a baseline. For diabetes, the target was to reduce the cost trend by 8% for the GHIP and 0.33% for plan participants. For behavioral health, the target was to reduce the cost trend by 0.5% for the GHIP and 0.02% for plan participants. And for musculoskeletal, the target was to reduce the cost trend by 2% for the GHIP and 0.08% for plan participants. In the results column for diabetes, you can see that the net payment per member per month increased 6.9%, 12.4%, and 13.7% in fiscal years 23, 24, and 25 respectively, exceeding both the 9.2 inflationary trend and the target of 8% reduction in trend. For musculoskeletal, the net payment per member per month increased 21.5%, 4.4%, and 10.7% in fiscal years 23, 24, and 25 respectively, also exceeding both the inflationary trend and the target of 2% reduction in trend. And finally, for behavioral health, the net payment per member per month increased 8.2%, 5.8%, and 9.9% in fiscal years 23, 24, and 25 respectively, which is below the inflationary trend, but slightly above the target of a 0.5% reduction in trend. For all 3, the out-of-pocket per member per month for patients with these conditions has also increased. And finally, the fourth and last goal for the FY 2024 and FY 2025 strategic framework was to limit the total cost of care inflation for GHIP participants at a level commensurate with the healthcare spending benchmark by the end of FY 2025 by focusing on specific costs, including but not limited to outpatient and inpatient pharmaceutical and bariatric surgery costs. Against an established national baseline trend of 6%, the GHIP has successfully achieved a lower trend of 5.1% over the past 8 years from FY 16 to FY 24. However, the GHIP's observed trend was higher than the DHSS established healthcare spending benchmark of 3% for calendar year 2024. Healthcare costs and trends are continuing to rise nationally, and for the GHIP, industry and government analysts anticipate healthcare unit costs in the US to increase 6% or more again in 2025 and 2026. So the next steps are that at the November SCBC meeting, we plan to begin discussion about updating these goals in the strategic framework. And that ends my presentation unless anyone has any comments or questions.
Bill Oberly? Yeah, it's just a question. I understand what fee for service is. And understand our desire to get away from that. At least I would hope so. When you talk about population-based payments, are we talking about bundled care, what I consider to be bundled care?
Well, I believe it has to do with a payment, a base payment per month per member that's seeing the provider.
Okay.
Yeah, I can expand on that a bit. There's a few different types of alternative models outside of the fee for service. So bundled payments being one of them. So it's what we do with the Lantern program. Also within those categories, so shared savings with downside risks. As Kristen had mentioned, those per member per month incentive based on outcomes as opposed to the general just being seen and charging a cost specific to that patient for that one instance. It would be a monthly payment from the payer, being Highmark or Aetna in this instance, to meet those set quality metrics or whatever outcome is determined. And I know this is a very broad conversation that's been happening with the Department of Insurance and Office of Value-Based Healthcare for quite some time. The metrics component, the buy-in from providers is becoming a little more difficult when there are so many metrics to be measured as a part of those incentive payments. But yes, there's a few different ways, pay for performance being one of them. That's actually considered category 2 spend, which wasn't part of this goal, though it was 11% of our total spend for FY24.
But I guess the bottom line is we're really kind of, until we get into the TPA discussion, we're really kind of our hands tied in terms of trying to change the model in terms of how we pay for healthcare in the state. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, absolutely. In the TPA RFP, there could definitely be requirements built in related to percentage of spend for fee for service, alternative payment models. There is legislation, SB 120, that was passed a few years ago for the commercial market that sets limits in place and sets requirements for specifically for primary care spend, which also ties into the alternative payment models. The GHIP was not included in that legislation, though there is certainly interest from many stakeholders to get the GHIP involved.
Right.
So in a way, if not involved in the legislation, it could absolutely be incorporated in some way to the RFP as set requirements. And I will say in our current contracts with both Highmark and Aetna, we do have performance guarantees in place related to these requirements for alternative payment models. And we were able to negotiate an additional performance guarantee for FY26 with both Highmark and Aetna, but that is specific to provider education to try to get more providers to enroll in these models. As the feedback we're receiving from our TPAs is that for many providers, the juice just isn't worth the squeeze to go into these alternative payment models as opposed to fee for service.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Paul Baumback?
Yes, can you go back one slide? And my comments are mainly math related, and I sort of apologize because I think it will help with clarity. There seems to be an unspoken cost trend, and that first line on the left actually means cost increase trend. There's an assumption that every number is an increase, but that's actually not explicitly stated here under the goals. So I would suggest that be made clear. I assume these increases, such as 8% for GHIP and 0.33% for plan participants, I assume that's annual. I don't know if that's intended to be cumulative over 3 years, or actually 2 years from fiscal 23 to 25. I don't understand how you can expect the GHIP increase to be 0.5%, but for the plan participants be 0.02%. Is that perhaps an error of presentation? It should be maybe 2% for plan participants, which is 0.02, but not 0.02%. And the same thing on the next line of musculoskeletal. On all the results under goal 3, they mentioned fiscal 2022, but the goal mentions using fiscal 2023 as the baseline. So that seems to be curious. I'd suggest the results be presented in the same order as the goal. So I'd put paragraph 2 up top. And then I would do the diabetes one, and then behavioral health, and then musculoskeletal. It's not in that order. That's every increase that is for more than 1 year should be presented as an annualized one and with it noted as annualized to be really clear about making sure you're not comparing apples to oranges or 1 year to 3 year numbers. I think all that, if incorporated, will make this much more understandable by the readers and more helpful. Thank you.
Okay, and you can also see each year in the more detailed report. So I don't know if we take a look at that, if that may be more helpful.
No, I did, but I mean, I'm assuming this summary is going out to people. I think it's much more helpful if it's clear when you're presenting annual, when you're presenting annualized. And I think if the goals are in terms of annualized increases, then all the results should be presented in the same annualized increases, perhaps supplemented with single year results.
Okay.
But there's a lot of vagueness about what these percents apply to, whether they're 1 year or over the term. If our goal is 8% annually, then giving an individual 21.5, 4.4, and 10.7 is not as useful as knowing what the annualized increase is, because that's tied to the goal. So the results would be best if they matched the terminology the goal uses.
Okay. I can work
Thank you.
to take this.
Any other comments from committee members? Seeing none, we'll go on to agenda item number 11. Turn it over to Director Hardis.
Thank you, Director Maxwell. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is sort of a two-part discussion item for agenda items 11 and 12. So we'll start with the CDS contract extension discussion. At the October 10th SCBC meeting, members of the committee had expressed interest in negotiating a 6-month extension with CDS for commercial PDM services to allow time for a new procurement, though not to extend for a longer period of time. And we did take that recommendation back and had discussions with CDS. And unfortunately, CDS informed us that they do not enter into any contracts or agreements for less than 1 year, meaning the minimum we can extend the PDM contract in this instance is for 1 full fiscal year. However, I do still want to discuss with the committee, there is a decision that is still needed to move forward, which is whether the committee would like to extend both the commercial and AGWIP contracts for 1 year, or to only extend the commercial contract for 1 year, which in our opinion from the statewide benefits office, it is feasible to not extend the AGWIP contract. The current AGWIP contract is set to expire on December 31st, 2026. With a new contract effective date of 1/1/27. Again, that's the current terms of the contract with CDS. However, I do want to note there's a few things that we need to consider as far as timeline, if that is the approach that the SCBC wants to take. So primarily, we need to be in alignment on the timing of the procurement process, as well as the implementation of a new vendor. So for some history, in 2021, the SCBC had decided to move from Express Scripts to CVS for both commercial and AGWIP services. So I had discussed with our program lead, who is our pharmacy lead, who was also the lead in 2021 and has been working with us in this field every single day and works on this contract immensely. And with that initial implementation that took place in 2021, it took about 8 months for that implementation of a new contract. Implementation includes a lot of different things. So it's, of course, the contract development and negotiation process, but also the development of file feeds, transferring of records, so the prescriptions and the prior authorizations, member communications, and being able to communicate to members ahead of time is very important, especially if there's changes to formulary or network or even co-pays, as well as ensuring compliance, again, with the CMS requirements on the federal level, but also state of Delaware specific requirements, as there are some very specific requirements that PBMs must follow in the state of Delaware under the insurance code. And one of those newer requirements being Senate Bill 12, which also happens to go into effect on 1/1/2027, and has changes as far as prior authorization timelines and notifications to members, as well as technology requirements for PBMs to be able to receive prior authorizations electronically and have expedited review and result times, which typically means more staff that the PBM will need to hire to meet those requirements. So there's a lot of implementation that needs to occur for a new contract for both commercial and AGWIP. So again, last time it took about 8 months for that implementation. We would like to keep to that same timeline. We always assume that there would be a change in vendor. If there's not, of course, that could be done quicker, but of course, we don't know that preemptively, right, until we see the proposals and the SCBC makes a decision. So operating under the assumption that the state would require 7 months for implementation, there's 2 major components that we would need the SCBC to agree on in order to meet that timeline. So the first is that the new RFP, which we haven't discussed yet, but we'll start today. We would need that RFP approved at the December meeting, which is just 2 meetings from now. Thankfully, there's not a lot of proposed revisions, and we'll go through what those proposed revisions are today. But there are statutory requirements in place as far as when an RFP needs to be posted for public notice, adequate timing for public comment, et cetera, to make sure that we're meeting those requirements before an RFP is voted on by the committee. So part 1 is that we would need that to be completed at the December SCBC meeting at the latest. And the second part of that is that we would need the SCBC to vote to approve a recommendation at the April SCBC meeting. Now, that's a very short timeline compared to what we currently have for RFPs. And this is for committee discussion, whether or not to go down this route. But the recommendation in order to meet that timeline, the largest component of time in the evaluation process is the proposal review committee. So I know as part of the slide deck that was shared and that we'll go over in a little bit. Actually, if you want to, you can jump to slide 12. I think it'll help support this conversation as well. Is the discussion for the committee for this procurement in order to meet an expedited timeline, remove the current PRC process as structured for this procurement, and continue with the SBO as the review process evaluator and the recommender of the award for the FCBC, which we're going to get into a lot of details of what that would entail in just a few moments. But I'll pause there to see if there's any initial comments or feedback from committee members before we dive a little bit more into what this option would entail.
Just pause, because you put a lot out there and I'm sure committee members are trying to catch up. But I guess my question is, at what point in time would we have to notify CVS as to our decision to extend or keep the same date for the, not the regular state employees, but the other Medicare plan?
Yes, so the next step in this process is for CVS to conduct their underwriting for a contract extension, which will vary whether it's commercial independently or both commercial and AGWIP. We are asking for a decision today. If a decision cannot be made today, the recommendation moving forward would be to conduct the underwriting with the expectation that we'd be extending for both commercial and AGWIP, just to ensure that there's no lapse in services. So would really be looking for consensus on a path forward at today's meeting.
So with the extension, would we have the ability to negotiate the terms of the contract or just be the last year's contract?
It would be negotiable for the terms of the extension. Again, the underwriting process, which would need to be conducted with CVS, we are asking, of course, that all rates and administrative fees remain the same for this 1-year extension. But again, I cannot guarantee what that would be until we conduct that underwriting process with CVS and see what they come back with and engage in those negotiations.
But it would be more difficult to negotiate with them if they knew that it was the only option.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, just so I completely understand the time frame. If we were to use your expedited or be able to meet your expedited time frame, then we would only extend for 1 year the GHIP. The AGWIP would be left alone.
Correct. It would just be the commercial extension. So it'd be a little flip-flopped. We typically implement commercial first and then AGWIP. It would be the opposite. AGWIP would be implemented first and then commercial 6 months later.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is there a benefit to doing them on each year? Is there a point or a conversation we want to do them both at the same time in the past?
To have the implementation date be simultaneous?
Yes.
So the reason we conduct them separately, for the AGWIP, it has to align with the CMS plan year, which is the calendar year. So AGWIP runs January 1st through December 31st. So that contract will always need to start on December 31st. For commercial, we always align it with the state's plans and with the state health plan. So that's why we have the July 1st implementation. That's not to say that we could never have the commercial contract start on January 1st. It would just be very difficult, in my opinion, and just could be offered for the members if there are plan changes halfway through their plan year, as if there are differences in copays for prescriptions, for example, or changes to the formulary, that could impact the plan that they would have chosen. So we always like to align that with the health plans, as well as that's when FSA enrollment is, if they need to deduct a little bit more for an FSA for their copays or what have you.
Makes sense, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just I'll add to that budgetarily, from a budget perspective, having it coincide with the fiscal year of the state budget, it makes it more easy to manage, essentially.
Thank you.
Paul Bombach.
Thank you. And Director Maxwell, I think we discussed, 2 months ago or something, the issue of the PRCs being, and the SBC has discussed the PRC effort is quite burdensome, especially for members who do not have appointee privileges. And that there are some RFPs which and I'll just say it is, they're simpler than others. And then there's some that are complex and have a lot of ramifications of going one way or the other. I am very open to having the SCBC adopt the proposed approach on selected RFPs. The PBM would not be on my list of one that I would want to pass off to the SBO. Life insurance, vision, absolutely. I think that makes a lot of sense. Importantly, this whole issue of delegation, obviously there's a difference of opinion between DOJ and the legislature, and we understand the legislature plans to address this early next year. So we have I'm going to say, a shifting foundation going on as far as the level of burden on the PRC process. And I wouldn't like to see the SCBC make some hard and fast change based on a shifting foundation. I'm quite open and supportive of, again, the SCBC deciding that it can give step 2 to the SBO in cases that the SCBC decides. Again, the PBM one is about the last one I would want to go there. And finally, I do have one question, and that is, in this slide, the SBO meetings on the proposals, are those open to SCBC members to attend?
Thank you, Paul. This is Director Hardis. So I would say for SBO meetings, they would not be structured in the same way that PRC meetings are, being public meetings. So they would not be subject to public meeting requirements. Quite frankly, in how we currently review and evaluate proposals. So for some context, the SBO already does the work of the PRCs. We simply don't score. We just serve as subject matter experts for the PRC members to provide them guidance and to answer questions to assist in their scoring process. So we still fully review, vet, research every single proposal. And quite frankly, we do so at a very high depth, and it's quite a workload, which, as if you've been on a PRC, you also know that expectation that then sits on you as a PRC member to do the same. But no, to answer your question, Paul, if there is I would have to see how that would work. If there's a request to make that a public meeting, quite frankly, they would just be meetings of staff members of DHR, so they would not follow the same public meeting requirements. And would likely not be in the same format of a proposal review committee, meaning the review of proposals of the scoring process, which of course would always happen in executive session anyway for PRC meetings.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I think my opinion is clear. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I do just, to an earlier note you had made, I just want to make the committee aware that we did reach out to GSS to see how other procurements are done, and the language used in their RFPs. So the language used in our current RFPs is very unique. It details very specifically the PRC process. And as you know, who is on that PRC or is able to designate based on the State Employee Benefits Committee membership. So GSS did provide us with language that's utilized for other agency RFPs, which specifies the use of a proposal evaluation team, as opposed to what we currently say is proposal review committees. And our interpretation is that language is broad enough to where it could very well include the SEBC should they choose in a format similar to proposal review committees, of course, knowing if it's going to be in that structure would have to be a public meeting, but regardless, the language that GSS provided that's used in other state agency RFPs and other commission RFPs or other committees, it would cover both scenarios, as Mr. Bombach is saying, whether that be the SBO reviewing it or a proposal review committee, the language itself allows that authority for either option. So it actually opens us up as opposed to closing us off, which is what we currently have in our RFPs. It's very restrictive of how that process works. The meeting's still on, it's just. Yeah.
Kind of following up on Paul's comments, I guess I've always kind of lived by the standard, the more eyes you have involved in the process, the better outcome you're going to get. Since most of us who serve on the SEBC will probably be involved in the PRCs, I'm not sure why we need to delegate that authority to SBO at this point. Because it gives us the background to make an informed decision when it comes to awarding a contract. And I just had this thought on the way down, given what's occurring at the national level, where you see this centralization of power, I'm not sure it's the right look right now at this time to move in that direction. I mean, I like it the way it is. It's a cumbersome process, but I think it's one that a lot of us are willing to go through.
Absolutely. And I will say we did receive feedback from committee members who had asked to take this approach to reform and remove the PRC structure. So, and I know there were some previous conversations just based on the workload in general and the inability for some members to designate to assist with that workload. But again, completely, this is up to the SEBC, what path forward you wish to take. I can walk through a little bit where this came from and what the current RFP and procurement process is. So before January 1st, as I mentioned earlier, the RFPs themselves were not developed by the SEBC, nor were they approved by the SEBC. That process was handled by the SBO with the assistance of the SEBC's consultants, who are Willis Towers Watson. Depending on the RFP itself, we would occasionally engage the SEBC to discuss the scope of work, which is very broad at the beginning of an RFP. And it didn't entail any of the minimum requirements, the scoring, the questionnaire, really those big criteria. But where we have now is that the SEBC is basically giving the exact framework for what a proposal should entail, as well as how it should be reviewed and how it should be scored, which is why we've really focused heavily on those discussions on the criteria weight, the questionnaires, and how that flows into the scoring process itself. So to your point, I completely understand, Mr. Oberle, where you're coming from. From a technical perspective of the RFP itself, as it is now being developed by the SEBC, the results of the scoring should be the same, whether you have one person scoring it or 20, because the SEBC is telling you exactly what to look for, how it should be scored, which then, of course, leads directly to that recommendation based on who is ranking highest in the scoring process, which is why we have different criteria weights based on pricing or account management or whatever priorities the committee has. So I completely understand your point there. I just want to say that the SEBC is doing a lot of work on the front end now that never used to be done, to basically give an exact map and guideline of this is how you should be reviewing and scoring, regardless of if you're a committee member or an SBO staff member, subject matter expert, whatever the position is. But again, clearly appreciate that. I just wanted to give that additional.
So just a question.
Yes.
We sort of spent a lot of time setting up exactly what we wanted from the RFPs most recently.
Yes.
And that's essentially what we would do. We would continue to do that SBO. And then essentially I'm sorry, the SEBC, and then the SBO would present to us and say, here's how the scoring was? Is that essentially what would happen?
Yes.
Can you walk us through that?
Yes, so what the process would look like, as it similarly is today, right? The RFP goes out after the approval of the State Employee Benefits Committee. We receive the proposals, and the current process remains the same of the statewide benefits office, and occasionally with the assistance of W2W, depending on what that scope looks like for that specific procurement. If we need a pharmacy expert or a medical expert or someone to assist, we review the minimum requirements that were approved by the SEBC to say, these vendors meet the requirements, these vendors don't. If a vendor meets the requirements, they are considered to be a finalist, in which they are invited to interview with what is currently the PRC, what would in that scenario be the statewide benefits office. As well, I also want to add, what would be included in the language is there would be discretion to add other individuals to this process, right? So for PBM, if the committee feels it's really important to have someone from Commissioner Navarro's office who works on PBMs to be a part of that scoring, absolutely that could be part of the process. What we're looking to do here is to not so much restrict the authority, but allow in those instances, if we need additional experts to score or to help with a recommendation, they would be able to be in that process. So I don't want to say it would be strictly limited to the SBO, because that's not the intention here. But then the SBO would conduct the interviews and whoever else is scoring that proposal. And very similar to the proposal review process, we would take the results from the interviews, evaluating the actual proposal itself, conduct a scorecard as the PRC still does, and use the scoring of that card to develop the recommendation, which of course then would be brought for the SEBC for discussion, very similar to how we just did with the life insurance RFP.
And say we're not happy with like whatever the results are. Let's say, 5 proposals, and SBO comes back to us and says, here's the ranking, A, B, C, D, whatever. And as a collective, we say, actually, we're not happy with this. Is that then an option to sort of say, here, take it back? Or have that dialogue to sort of say, because I think what happened particularly with the PBM was there was this major variance in respondents. And so again, like, it would be nice for us to have a sense of what this would look like. Even if everything wasn't so varied, what's our capability to say, actually, we're not quite in alignment on whatever SBO has brought back? Then the work kind of falls back on you. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. And again, the recommendation and the scoring itself essentially really does come from the SEBC and what criteria you're setting out. So if cost is really important to you and you make that 50% of the weighted criteria, that could very much change your results, right? If you had a priority for, we'll say like account management, but you put cost higher, you may have a vendor that had better account management, but since you weighted cost at a higher level, they're going to come out on top most of the time if it's a higher weighted criteria, right? So, but absolutely, there's a concern or question with the recommendation. And what I would say we could also do, currently the recommendation process isn't really brought before the committee until it's completed, discussed in a public format, and then voted upon, which we do, of course, distribute the recommendation at least 7 days in advance for the committee to be able to see those details of the recommendation. But that's not to say there couldn't be a more frequent update on the status, and if those would include, confidential or proprietary information, such as what's in the proposals, could be conducted in executive session, absolutely, to keep the SEBC more involved during that process. Again, it's not to say we have to follow the current structure where it's just typically a 1-meeting discussion. But again, if the SEBC were not satisfied with the recommendation, there have been instances previously where a recommendation was brought before the committee and there were a few tweaks made to it before it was voted on, or it could be completely paused to review proposals. Like, would very much determine, I would say, based on the timeline of when implementation is. But yeah, absolutely, the recommendation is not the result. It's simply a recommendation.
Okay.
I apologize, but I am double booked at 4:00. I apologize. I didn't announce that before because I had we were going to. I know I did, but I was being optimistic. But I do have to step out for a call. But I'm deferring my chairship to my vice chair, and Jeff Tashner, your floor is now.
Appreciate it. That was second. I just want to get a little better understanding, because really change here in column 3 occurs after step 1. Step 1's the same.
Yes.
Right, so in step 2, if you're able to, I really was interested in hearing a little bit more about the second bullet, the changing role of the consultant. You addressed this a little bit, but step 3 or bullet 3 about the bids and the evaluations, and my look for assurance there is I know there have been times when we're like, well, we're in a process. We can't talk about this. We can't share that. If we were to consider this change, are we going to be able to have substantive conversations along the way where we're going to really be getting information on the status of the bids and updates that's meaningful, or is it going to be limited by, because of the process? Be interested too in step 3, which I think is going to have to change now. You alluded to this a little bit, because we'll not have been actively involved in the scoring. So I think that's going to have to be a little bit more of a substantive conversation. And I'm asking for all this because I assume that, you correct me if I'm wrong, what you're asking today is not that we change all RFP processes for all time, but we agreed to give it a shot this one time with this one RFP to see how it works.
Yeah, so to start with I'm gonna start with your last question first. So I will say the procurement itself, if this were a different procurement, I think it would be an easier discussion. I wouldn't necessarily say this is, let's just try this for the first time and see how it works. The timing is really what drove.
No, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying what I'm saying is if we do this, are we being asked to do it for this bid, for this process? And then we can come back as a group afterwards and say, hey, you know what? We like the way that worked. Let's do it that way in the future for all the RFPs. Or we didn't like it. Let's look at modifying it, or let's go back to the way it was. And I guess what I'm saying is like, I'm open to giving this a chance if I know it's to see how it works, because look, one thing I learned is if you don't change anything, nothing ever changes, right? If you keep doing the same thing today you did yesterday, I know already what tomorrow's going to look like. But if you give something a try, you may find something better. But you got to guard against the fact that what you try may be worse, and you won't want to be locked in and create bigger problems. So that's, I'm trying to get definition on the ask, and then just find out more details for what the change would look like. And to me, it was really those couple bullets in 2 and step 3 where we're going to see the biggest difference.
Yes, absolutely. So
Madam Vice Chair.
Yep, I see your hand up and I will definitely address it. I just want to make sure Jeff gets his answer, his question answered. You are absolutely next.
Thank you, Treasurer. Yes, this would only be pertaining to the PBM RFP. We are only discussing the timeline and the scope of the PBM procurement. This is in no way locking the SCDC into future procurements to stick to this process. Now, as I alluded to earlier with the GSS language, which will be presented with the entirety of the RFP, which we are hoping to have for initial review at the November SCDC meeting, the GSS language is open enough to allow for both processes. So it allows for SBO and whoever else from other agencies may be appropriate to assist with that process. It is also broad enough to allow for the SCDC or PRCs, whatever that might look like, whether it's a small work group. It's broad enough to allow for both scenarios. So yes, the ask today is for consideration specific to the PBM procurement, not for future procurements. So again, if it works well and you want to keep it, it's perfect. The language will remain the same to allow for either option. And I believe there were also some questions. So just to better understand the evaluation of the
Step
scoring.
2, bullets 2 and 3, I think, and actually step 3. If you can give a little bit more of what you see that looking like. I know you talk about the role of the consultant changing. Interested in hearing that. No disrespect to the current consultant, but my history goes way back. And I remember times with some of the other consultants who will remain nameless. You had to wonder, you had to be concerned. So I just want to understand what that rule is going to be. And then the other two, I think, are pretty much self-explanatory.
Yeah, so for the consultant piece, so of course, WTW are the SCBC's consultants who assist with RFPs and with other work of the committee. Where we see that there would be less involvement is, one, the removal of proposal review committees. There is a cost associated with Willis Towers Watson working these proposal review committee meetings. And an estimate that we received previously for additional scope, the PRC meetings, depending on the length, which tend to actually be like 7 to 8 hours in length, they're long meetings, about $3,000 per meeting. So if you're looking at 5 PRC meetings per RFP, it's about a $15,000 cost. Of course, that varies based on the length of the meeting and what else is included in that PRC discussion. We really utilize Willis Towers Watson currently for the development of materials. So when we get a proposal, they tend, depending on what the bid is for, they can be between 200 to 400 pages in length. They are very long proposals. We evaluate the full proposals at the statewide benefits office. Willis Towers Watson compiles those proposals into summaries for the PRC to give them the highlights and a breakdown of what is included, because especially for PBM, right, the last one we received 10 proposals, it would take months and months to go through the entirety of those proposals. So we really utilize WTW to consolidate, to develop those materials, to be able to make it more digestible for the PRC. That process would not be needed, right? Because again, the statewide benefits office is fully reviewing the proposals regardless, so we wouldn't necessarily need additional breakdowns and summaries of what we have already reviewed and what we're already very familiar with. So there would be less involvement on the development and material side, as well as, again, the elimination of the PRC meetings. I know, Jeff Tasher, you've been on quite a few PRCs. There's a few other members of the committee who have also served on a few. We really utilize WTW for subject matter expertise as well. So for life insurance, we had our group and term life experts on the call. We would still work with them in those capacities as we have questions, right? So for pharmacy, we don't have any pharmacists that work in our office. We do have other pharmacy experts who work on a more administrative capacity, but occasionally if we need like clinical insight, we would still utilize WTW in that capacity. But again, it's more the administrative work, the PRC meetings themselves, and the communications to PRC members as far as teaching them how to use a scorecard, how to use score, what is the results of the recommendation, what are we asking them for? That whole process could be eliminated, which would save time on the timeline as well as money for the state in our current scopes with Willis.
Okay, can we go to?
Yes.
Senator Peterson?
Yes.
Did you have a question?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's been so long, I almost forgot my question. I actually have 2 quick questions. One is, I just want to clarify this. What you're proposing, that SBO do the evaluations and scorings, is only for one purpose, and that is the 1-year extension with CVS. Is that correct?
For this discussion, yes, it is for the PBM RFP, though again, there has been interest from other committee members to change the PRC process in general across procurements, but this discussion today is specific to the PBM procurement.
And just the 1-year extension.
Oh, no, I apologize for misunderstanding your question. No, this is for the RFP that would be released for the up to 5 years of a contract. There is no PRC or review process for the contract extension because it's simply with CVS. There are no other bidders in that process.
Okay, well, there are 2 major contracts that I'm concerned about. One is the PBM, and of course, the other will be health insurance next year. So I'm not a big fan of this. But my second question goes to the statement that this is how other agencies do it. And does any other agency that you know of have a statutorily created committee responsible for selecting vendors?
Yes.
Yes.
Who is that?
The Cash Management Policy Board is one example. The Plans Management Board is another. Both of those are administered by my office, OST, the Office of State Treasurer. And we also review, my office reviews those contracts and puts together the RFPs and brings updates to those boards.
Now, what I mean is we're a committee under SBO and our job by statute is to review proposals and make recommendations, for selection of vendors. Is that what your committees do? Or are they just committees that talk about things and tell you? I mean, is it created by statute that it's a standalone committee in
Yes,
statute?
they are boards that are in statute that have.
And their duty is to select vendors?
And I would just ask for maybe a point of clarification for the SEBC, because we're sort of referring to statutory authority and specific responsibilities. So would you like a clarification on that? Is that what you're asking for?
No, I'm just asking. I mean, I was in state government for 42 years. I don't remember any other department or agency that had a committee created just to review proposals and to make recommendations to the appointing agency.
Yeah, so, and I guess my point is just that I don't think that that's the depth and breadth of the purpose of the SEBC, right? That's one portion of something that we do. And again, I would say that some of these boards that I've referenced have been around long before I was the treasurer. They've been established in the 1970s. So.
And their duties include reviewing proposals for contracts?
Yeah, we don't just sit around and talk as.
No, but I mean, is that one of the statutory duties, like it is with the SEBC?
It's part of the role, right? And again, I want to be clear that SEBC, that's not the role of the SEBC per se.
It is one of the duties enumerated in the code. And so I'm just trying to see if there are, if there are others, or if we're like one of a kind. Because if we're one of a kind, then our duties are pretty much spelled out in the code, and I'm not sure we can abdicate or delegate if that's our duty.
So again, I think that Stephanie's point is that this isn't the way that other boards very similar to this one with similar responsibilities, this is not how they proceed. So I think that's a point that's been verified. Do you have another question?
No, I'm just still trying to, I would be interested in what those other boards are, and maybe you could just email me or tell me what they are and I'll jot them down. I want to see how they compare to the duties of the SEBC. Because I mean, I feel like we're abdicating our responsibility. And I was one of the people that wasn't thrilled about having to attend like 12 full day meetings in the next 2 months. But also I'm not going to abdicate my responsibilities. And I just am not willing to turn this over. Of course, I'm sure I'll lose this vote, but I just feel like we're really abdicating. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, and I also see the Lieutenant Governor's hand raised. Did you have a question or a comment?
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And it may be somewhat relevant to the conversation that was just happening. I think it's just important for us to remember that our duties are to manage this process, and it's not necessarily prescribed that we take specific ministerial actions in order to do that. I heard two things that I want to lift back up. One is Jeff's suggestion that it may be time to test something new and that we might have an opportunity to do this. The other is Stephanie's, I think, very apt description of the changes that have been made in recent times so that the discretionary duties, the crafting of the requirements, the prioritization, the setting of the scoring rubrics are done by this body. And then on the flip side, the scoring is then reviewed by this body. We receive recommendations that we are not required to follow. And so having a skilled staff that's developing subject matter expertise in this area score, which I view as a ministerial act, a review and a translation of an application into our scoring rubric, to me feels like a smart separation of duties, and also I think has the added benefit of offering some checks and balances with the perspectives of folks coming to the board, including myself, and the perspective of those who are working in this space every day. And so, to Jeff's point, I would be interested in testing something new and then having a discussion amongst ourselves about whether it worked, whether it met our goals, whether it created complications that we weren't anticipating. But I have confidence that this body can manage that type of new experience, and I would be willing to try it here.
And it looks like, Paul, you also have a hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I agree with almost everything there. I do agree that this exploring having the SBO work on the evaluation rather than the SCBC is absolutely worthwhile. I don't think this RFP is the right one to test it on. This is a big one, especially if we do the 1-year extension on both programs. We have plenty of time to do the PRC process on this really critical issue in the same way that we have for years. I think if we're being honest, it's going to be difficult to ever vote against a recommendation from a review body. And that again, there's some just did the life insurance, and I think I'm pretty sure that was unanimous, maybe one abstention. The meat is during that evaluation. Indeed, we already get great support from the SBO and also from WTW. But I think that on this issue, it's incredibly complicated, as evidenced by the fact that none of the applicants met the bare requirements of our past RFP. I don't think that this is where we test it out. I think we've got plenty of RFPs coming up, and the next one that's not as consequential, I think, is the right one to use for this trial. I really believe that this is not the time to be using a trial on this PBM RFP. Thank you.
Thank you. So two questions for you, Stephanie. One is, there was mentioned, to Paul's point, timeline. Can you just clarify the timeline? Because I'm not sure we have a really lengthy one.
Yes, absolutely. So we need to know today whether the request is for the extension with CVS to be for commercial only or for commercial and AGWIP for 1 year for both options, because that greatly changes the underwriting process, which then we use as part of the negotiations for that 1 year extension. If there's not a clear path forward today, we're going to move forward with both underwriting for both the AGWIP and the commercial. Now, that's not to say that maybe at the November SCBC meeting, the committee comes back and says, all right, we're fine with this process. We want to move forward with commercial. We just need to get this process started and doing it expeditiously, right? Because we also need to know we're in the middle of a procurement provision in health data warehouse. We have PBM consulting, health plan TPA, which also includes the medic bill, as well as dental, all in the next few months. So negotiating an additional contract throughout that entire process, there's a lot of overlap, and we really need to get this extension done sooner rather than later. So the request would be to have a decision today. And again, the language in the RFP, which I would recommend be carried through future RFPs, because it is, and you'll see it when it, like I said, we got it from VSS, it'll be included in the next full RFP, which we'll have released 7 days before the November 25th SCBC meeting. You'll see the language in there. It's very consistent across other RFPs, and it allows for both options for any future procurement. But yes, we are looking for a response today to be able to go back to CVS and start these negotiations. Because again, if we delay it another month, we're not giving ourselves as the state a lot of time to negotiate.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't.
That's all right.
I've moved positions now.
So there are really two issues before us. One, do we extend CVS 1 year for the commercial market? Correct?
That at this point is not up for discussion. At the last SCBC meeting, that was pretty determined. The commercial
Okay,
needs to be
all right.
extended, and unfortunately, 1 year is the least amount of
So
time.
what we're really talking about is the process moving forward, correct?
And whether or not AGWIP will be extended.
Commercial and AGWIP.
Commercial and AGWIP.
Yeah, and based on an earlier exchange, I thought we were in the position where we were talking about a commercial extension 1 year only and hoping we wrapped up the RFP for both prior to January 1, 2027, correct?
Yes, well, the RFP would need to be wrapped up by April 2026. But yes, yes, that is, to be clear, option one is we move forward with the extension for 1 year of the commercial contract only.
Mhm.
We keep the current AGWIP contract
In place.
in place with knowing that the RFP would need to be approved at the December meeting and the recommendation needs to be approved by April 2026, which would require an expedited review process. Yes.
So we need to resolve that today, correct?
Yes.
That's fine. And then the process moving forward for RFPs, review process is a different discussion.
Yes, outside of the AGWIP, right, which again, if we're not extending AGWIP, we need to.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, but this isn't, we're not discussing for future RFPs. Really, we have one issue at hand today, which is the CVS contract,
Okay.
and how we need to handle either extending or not extending for AGWIP.
Well, let me just go on the record and kind of reiterate what Paul said. I'm not sure this RFP is the right one to change the process. I don't object to some of the other RFPs that might be down the road to giving this a trial run, but I'm not sure this RFP is the right one to do it, particularly given everything that's at stake, and I know you understand that better than anyone. I would also have the DAG take a look at Senate Substitute 1 for Senate Joint Resolution 7, because I think that's somewhat binding in some of the areas that you might administratively be moving to. There's a lot of authority vested by law. It has the effect of law on the SCBC. So I think before we make a decision on the process, you have to look at Senate Joint Resolution 7 and in the context of how binding that might be on the process.
And
That was basically my question, that there were two separate scenarios here, or we're potentially going on, but the CVS contract has already been extended for the commercial. We want to talk about the AGWIP contract.
No, I apologize for the confusion. It has not yet been extended for commercial, though there's not really a situation in which we can't extend for commercial.
I understand, we talked about it.
Yeah.
Alright. So, and the SBO would prefer that we extend it both for a year?
Quite frankly, I'm neutral on your decision, whether we extend, if we extend for both, there's pros to that, right? It keeps us on our usual timeline. But quite frankly, getting off the timeline is not much of an issue for us. We can very quickly adapt with the next RFP. I think the issue here is there has been a lot of discontent with the current PBM contract. So the SCBC would have to be okay with the fact that they are both being extended for 1 year, as opposed to only the commercial being extended for 1 year, which that would then mean the new AGWIP contract will not go into effect until January 1st of 2028. So the current terms of the contract would by and large be remaining the same for 2 years as opposed to just 1 year. So whether the SCBC, it's kind of a situation, would you prefer to just extend for CVS for both, for commercial and AGWIP, only commercial, and let the SBO as the administrative arm of the SCBC work through this process in the capacity that we already have to do an expedited, I don't want to say expedited review to make it imply that it wouldn't be very thorough. It would be incredibly thorough, as it always is. But the removal of the PRC process allows for a quicker turnaround time.
So I'd rather not extend CVS at all, but I understand why you have to do the commercial part. The AGWIP side, do you have the capacity to be ready for that if we don't extend that?
Absolutely.
I know you're neutral.
If we don't extend it, yes, so long as, again, that there are no proposal review committees, because we need to have this done by April. We absolutely have the capacity, yes.
But if there is a PRC, then you might not.
No, the PRC takes a significant amount of time, training and education for members of the PRC to bring them up to speed, to train them on how to review, how to score the process, conducting the interviews. It's a lengthy process, which would put us out to a recommendation being happening in June, which would not allow us the implementation timeline that we need for the AGWIP contract on 1/1/27.
Next question. So no disrespect to World's Towers Watson, but I think you said they help compile the data, but they don't make suggestions or that they're not involved in the voting process.
That is correct. They do not provide any recommendations. They do not vote or score on the process in any way, shape, or form. They are to provide unbiased subject matter expertise and a summary and review of the proposals received, and then can answer questions to the committee that come in based on those proposals.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I do support looking for a 1-year extension on both contracts, both commercial and EGWIP. I think that gives the SCBC more flexibility to consider whether the next PBM RFP is approached through a PRC or through an SBO solution. Again, I favor one over the other. But for the purpose of today's meeting, which is almost at its listed end, I would suggest that we consider and approve a 1-year extension to the CVS contract for both commercial and EGWIP.
Thank you. Mr. Oberlin.
Yeah, I heard you say, Stephanie, something that I hadn't heard you say before, that if we went through the typical PRC process, you did not believe we could meet the April deadline.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I hadn't heard that before. And I'm not sure that Paul's suggestion resolves that issue with both being extended 1 year.
It certainly would actually resolve that issue. So if the commercial and AGWIP are both extended 1 year, that would make the commercial contract effective July 1st, 2027 and AGWIP 1/1/2028, which would allow for a PRC for the PBMs. We would have that timeline. It would also allow, and that was kind of the first component that got dropped off, is that the PBM RFP under this timeline would need to be approved at the December SCBC meeting. That gives 2 meetings for the committee to, and quite frankly, we're already almost at time right for today, so I'm not sure how much we'll get to on the discussion for this procurement. The SCBC would only have 2 meetings, which is actually essentially a month and a half since the December meetings on December 15th due to the holidays. So the SCBC would need to be confident that they can work quickly and, outside of SCBC meetings, that they would be reviewing the RFP and providing comments and feedback in order to meet that December 15th deadline. So if we were to extend, and I also want to make a point of clarification if I can, I want to be clear that we are not voting today to extend the contract. We are continuing negotiations with CVS on that extension, and it would be for both commercial and AGWIP. I don't want to lock us into terms that haven't been seen yet by the state. But again, if we were to continue the discussion to extend for both commercial and AGWIP, there would be time for a longer review of the RFP, for longer development, continued discussions on whether a PRC is appropriate. There would be a much longer timeline. Quite frankly, we'd have at least additional 6 months to that. So that would put us to about this time next year before our vote would need to take place. So if the SCBC is looking for that more time, that's absolutely the approach we can take, but it again would come at the expense of extending for both services.
So I'd like to make a motion that we extend both the commercial and the AGWIP, that you enter into those negotiations.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second on a 1-year extension.
For both commercial and for AGWIP.
Yeah, I'm deferring to Stephanie if she wants the 1 year in there. Or
It would, that is the term that we've already discussed with
Yeah.
CVS. It has
then
to
I'll
be-
modify my motion to include the 1 year for both of the programs.
I'll second that again.
Do we have any discussion on the matter? Yeah, I'm asking, is there any discussion? Yeah.
Secretary Gordon.
Oh, we have discussion?
No, I just said call the question. Thanks.
Secretary Gordon,
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Gay,
Yes.
Treasurer Davis,
Yeah.
Commissioner Navarro,
Yes.
Deputy Secretary Schieffer,
Yes.
Deputy State Court Administrator Ashley Tucker,
Yes.
Jeff Kashner,
Yes.
Paul Bombach,
Yes.
Karen Peterson,
Yes.
Bill Oberly.
Yes.
That the statewide benefits office will continue negotiations with CVS for underwriting for both commercial and AWIC for a 1-year extension.
That's it. That's all we voted for.
Right,
Okay.
yes.
I just want to be clear
Yeah,
about
no,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
And I want to just understand that we're going to continue this discussion in terms of the process.
Absolutely.
That makes the RFP.
Absolutely, yes. There's many RFPs ahead of us,
Yeah.
where this can absolutely be discussed.
And this one too.
And then
We haven't decided anything
No.
around that on this. All we voted on was one.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I know that other agenda item we started talking about was the actual PBM RFP itself. Due to timing and the fact that we now have a longer timeline to get this work done, I would just ask that committee members review the recommendations in this slide deck as far as changes to the minimum requirements, as far as the scoring criteria. Additions are highlighted, things that are being removed are red and redlined, so we can add that to future agendas for discussion. Treasurer Davis, if it's fine with you, I think we could skip the rest of that agenda item.
Great.
Probably answer one question.
Yeah.
So I know the data warehouse RFP's out. What is the next RFP in sequence that hasn't been released yet for which this could be considered?
That would be the health plan TPA RFP, which will include services.
What's the next one
and
beyond the
benefits.
health plan TPA in sequence for which this could be considered?
That would be the consulting RFP, and the dental RFP will run pretty much simultaneously.
Thanks. Just good to have those out there.
Yes.
Move on to agenda item number 13.
So I'm gonna hand over to Brian Stitzel from WTW to present the financials.
Thank you, everybody. You should share my screen. All right, I'll try to go through, excuse me, go through the financials quickly. For the month of September, you can see that actual results came in about $3.7 million better than budget, mostly due to a timing thing relative to premium contributions. Actual received were about $1 million lower than budget. You can see here mostly due to participating non-payroll groups. If we go back real quick, other revenues, big item that's just timing, about $7.4 million worse than budget, simply due to the fact that the anticipated $7.3 million manufacturer discount program payment, which usually comes in September, was delayed slightly until October. And actually positively, the actual number was $7.8 million. So you can see we expected it here in September, and it was actually processed this month. So it will show up in the October results. But our full year forecast reflects that. Claims came in $11.6 million better than budget. We had anticipated that. If you recall, at last month's meeting, we rephased the expectation for the claim payment patterns to more accurately reflect the historical patterns exhibited by the GHIP. So that amount was anticipated. And then on the expense side, expenses came in better than budget, mostly due to the fact that there were no consulting fees processed in the month of September. So we doubled up on the expectations that those amounts would process in October for 2 months, which gets us to the total. From a GLP-1 experience standpoint, GLP-1 claims continue to come in lower than forecasted when we set FY26 budget. We believe that is primarily due to the formulary change. Removing Zepbound from the formulary in exchange for Wegovy starting on July 1st. So we saw a big drop down in July, but haven't yet seen a big one-time uptick back to those higher levels. So you can see we're actually now reforecasting the full year GLP-1 expenditures to be much lower than what we anticipated in budget, but we'll continue to monitor that over the coming months. And then from a full year reforecast standpoint through the first quarter of actual results, you can see we're currently forecasting FY26 to come on just about spot on to budget, about $200,000 worse. So all in all, results through the first quarter have been good. From a long-term projection standpoint, recall that when we set the FY26 rate action at 4.2%, that was under a 3-year smoothing approach, continuing that same assumption with the 4.2% equally for FY26, 27, and 28. That would currently result in just about a 15% required rate action for FY29 to solve for the targeted $0 deficit after reserves by the end of FY29. So let me pause there and see if anybody has any questions relative to September fund results.
Yeah, I don't think we have any questions related to this. I will say one topic just to ask that we prepare to address. And again, should it become more of an issue, is just understanding. I know Cigna recently ended their drug rebates. And so just want to sort of consider what may happen regarding our plan should this potentially cause a sort of domino effect. That's one. And I think just back to the RFPs is just to get a better understanding. I know this is not your question per se, Brian, but just to get an understanding of how often we've had RFPs that don't have qualified respondents. I'm not sure that we've ever had historically this type of response regarding the PBM.
That is correct. We have not, certainly not in recent memory, had any RFPs that resulted in no qualified bidders.
Okay. Despite several bidders, just none of them qualified.
Well, we had quite a few. The next question is how many minimum qualifications we had. Typically don't find as many as we had.
Yeah.
And so therefore nobody could meet all 26.
Right.
So typically it's half of that.
So it sort of goes to the validity of the question is really kind of, does it make sense to have a lot of non-subject matter experts sort of weighing in? What was the benefit of that? I don't know.
That's what we have to think about in terms of that. Yeah.
Okay, and then so on to item number 14. If there aren't any questions or comments, do public comment.
Is there any public comments?
No.
Is there any public comments virtually?
It does look like we have a hand raised. If you could give us your name, 302-369-6756, state your name.
Hi, this is Lisa Dillard. Just wanted to make a public comment related to the PBM proposal. As I recall, there was discussion by the SCBC about alternatives, including perhaps hiring someone to do a review of drug expenditures the way that was done in California that would result in considerable savings. And now that we're pushing we're giving a 1-year extension with CVS. Those alternative ideas that were floating around, where are they at this point?
We don't typically respond to public questions. If you'd like to, you can also email your specific question and we can try to address it at the next meeting.
I'm just putting that out there for the next meeting, because if you have done this extension, those alternative ideas, it seems like they should be discussed at some point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other public comments? Clarkin? You can unmute yourself, Mr. Clarkin, if you'd like. The 302 number.
All right, making him a presenter, please. Mr. Clarkin, are you able to unmute your microphone? Mr. Clarkin, you should be able to unmute your microphone.
So, and if not, we can always, there we go.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Sorry, sorry about that. There haven't been any meetings of the financial subcommittee and the planning and policy subcommittee since last December. I know that a couple of months back, there was a draft of a new resolution that would reconstitute those two committees. Since January, you've been through the process of the PBM RFP without the benefit of subcommittee input. You've been through the establishment of the FY26 budget and budget assumptions. And now you're going through your plan with the framework. And that's exactly what those subcommittees are there for, to do a deep dive into those areas and then come back to you with advice. So I hope you can find the time in one of your future meetings to tackle that resolution and bring back the subcommittees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clarkin. Any other public comment? Okay. Doesn't look like it, so I'd be happy to, any other business? You know, I'd be happy to take a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn the meeting at 4:42 p.m.
And a second. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Wonderful.